All right. Manual. Oh wait, let me change my YouTube title. What's up, Nowitzki? All right, let's do it. Dist. Yeah, I've heard this game is pretty hard, actually. Dear Mina, in the dimming light of the tenebrous isle, I write with great unease. 10 years have passed since your ingenious spark generators brought prosperity to our central city of Osix. Now their light falters, warping the landscape. Baron Lionel, your esteemed patron, has requested your aid. Your expertise as the creator of these generators and your skill as a hollower will be both crucial, for the issue may be deeper than mere technical faults. We trust in your ability to unravel this mystery and restore the generators. With Hope, the Marshal of Osix. It's been a perfectly pleasant voyage so far. I don't know why I was so nervous. Oh. Game's too loud. Oh. What in blazes is happening? Grab a weapon and hold on to your haunches. A mace, daggers, last strike maul. Hold circle to charge up. Am I charging it? Yes, I am. What the? Am I hitting him? There we go. Oh, what the? I'm gonna fucking die to this guy. Oh my god, he's fucking... Oh my god, bro, I don't... There we go. Oh. Hey, can I... Oh, am I dead? We've lost control. We're headed straight for the cliffs. Mina, wake up, wake up. Oops. Long enough for things to go sideways, miss. Here, Lionel insisted you take these vials. They'll heal you right up. I'm gonna keep scrounging for supplies. Maybe I'll see you in Osix, eh? Come with me. I'll manage, I will. You're a caring lass. I'll give you that. Okay. This is so weird, I don't... I guess it's a lot easier. The charge attack feels... Oh. What? He just hurts me by existing. Oh. Something's blocking the way. Wish I was a hollower too and could just hold X to burrow and grab things. Oh. I have no heals left. What even are these bones anyways? Am I fucking blind? Can I jump over it? What am I missing? Why can't I go under the grass? Wait. Why? Is that a bomb? Oh? Bones. Oh, okay. Oh. Well. Let's not lose all my health instantly this time, eh? Bro. Dude, the contact damage is kind of brutal. Where the fuck am I now? What the fuck is this? Oh. Dispense plasma vials. Hit enemies to gain plasma, then use vials to convert it into health. This is a Hollower's Underlab. We can rest here, that guys will take you back up. Alright. Fuck the shield guys, man. I should charge attack here. There we go. I don't really know what I'm like picking up exactly. Ouch. Oh. Oh. That was fucking stupid. What's this? Dust. What is that? Oh, is it a checkpoint? Oh, I see. Is this a rope? Charge attacks seem pretty good. Bone up. Alright, dude. Curious about the path to the left, though. What's up, J-God? What do we got? More bone. So is that the currency in this game? Bones? Can I jump it? Maybe? We got a shortcut. Dude, the charge attack has so much range. Seems like the boulders are... Wait, where am I now? Oh. Dude, I don't... These shield guys are so weird to fight. What is that? Do I need a key? Hi, your enemy. I'm with Lionel's guard. Thorna's conspirators attack us. They blew up the spark generator, flames destruction, and everything. I barely made it out alive. Can I really make this? I can. Really? Can I break his shield? I got him anyway. That works. Can I go under the fire? Oh, I thought I fucking died for a sec. Sure. Oh, that healed me. Oh. Can I go? My ship crashed. It was attacked. Everyone's gone. I must reach Ossex. Could you help, please? Store stays shut. Think you'd best keep moving. Aw, shucks. You know, here, take these bones. That might buy you something if there's anything left out there. Oh, thank you. What is that? Oh my god, I still made it. There's a secret. So should I use this thing? I have bone stone to bone up. Missed half of the secret. Really? Oh, I see. Okay, Kib. Hold on, I'm curious what you're talking about. Oh, this? Oh. Bone up. Oh, come. Okay. Alright, dude, chill, bro. I'm fucking dead. How am I supposed to, like... well, actually, I think I understand. I guess he can't hit you when you're under the ground, right? I need to use the dig, like, during combat. Nice. Doesn't absorb the spark. Oh, what, the boss? Oh. Radiant Manor is beyond here. Letter from the Marshal of Ossex? Sorry, that could easily be forged. They don't believe me. I don't know why it says the game's at 520. I thought I set the FPS cap to like 120. Maybe that was a different game. My god, there's so many fucking people here. Lionel is such a wonderful leader, I would defend that man with my life. Me too. This, we open not just a house, but a home, a promise of a brighter future for those in need. Wait, it can't be Mina after all these years. Please, you must join me up front. Lionel, we must speak at once. It's dreadful, the whole town. Now, let's not keep our guests in suspense. Meet the brilliant mind behind the spark generators, Mina the Hollower. Her invention has led us here to this moment. The Ossex Orphanage Wing is officially open. Welcome all. Okay. What the hell are we doing? Like it here, we get to play all day and nobody yells, and the beds are so soft. My present now. Do I even need to be in here? I'm hiding. If they can't find me, I don't have to nap. You talk with the dude? I don't even know where he went, man. Oh, there he is. Lionel, you don't understand. A monster ripped through us. The crew, everyone in the city, it's in flames. My dear, please, breathe. I'm truly sorry. I assure you the guards under my command will restore order to Tenebrous. Here you will be safe, Mina. You're not alone anymore, and don't worry about the generators for now. Take a moment while I finish up here. When you're ready, I'll be waiting in the main square. Out of my way, no one will stop me from riding Tenebros, ridding Tenebros of those wretched generators. Think I'm afraid of you flapping your little wings at me? Simply have no idea what you're up against. Big talk for a city-burning conspirator. Such a haughty mouse. Let's hear how loud you squeak. I'm gonna make you squeak, bitch. That hit me. Woo! Stop right there, terrorist. What was that about, Lionel? Is he trying to destroy our work? Sorry you were dragged into danger again. Curse that menace thorn. You struck us without mercy, but nothing will break the spirit of Ossix. Allow me to show you. Okay. Warms my heart to see you in Ossix again. Look upon this beauty. You've helped make a better life for so many. May not say that way, Mina. I regret having to place any further burden on you. Taking care of those 6 generators is vital if we're to make the entire Isle shine bright like Ossix. I trust you can repair them. Okay. Queensberry Crypt and Nox's Bayou in the dark. Rene's gone missing in the commons. Get the latest right here. Bro, what is this? Welcome to the shop. Oh. Every time you buy something here, the next one costs more. Oh, shit. Unused cures or idle capital, we must stimulate demand. Sure. Their scarcity gives them value. Let's see. 47 cures still circulate. Far too abundant for my interest. Return when only a handful remain and we'll do a deal. What the fuck? What is even going on, man? Hmm. Just used a key. Yeah, it's okay. Cage for everyone else, but nothing for me. Truly, nothing seems to make sense anymore. Oh. It's the barber shop. Dude, who put these fucking spikes on the floor? Sometimes you gotta walk or jump just like you did to get to me. My friend said I don't know what it's like to be stabbed in the back, still don't see what he meant. How do I get that chest? Oh. Wait, how do I throw the fucking hatchet thing? You lose it when you die? Oh. Well, that's great. Dude, the contact damage is like... It's kinda ass. Great. Fuck is that? No. Great. Dude, the oh. Oh, what was that? Can I go under it? No. Oh, come on, man. It's... It's like I can't... I guess I could have hit it when I was in the air. Fuck, I fell. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, the fucking, like, dude, the the contact damage hitboxes in this game are fucking crazy. You're even, like, remotely close. What is this bottle? Oh, I think that's a heal bottle, right? Oh. There we go. There we go. Bone up. Need my 1 bone. I need 1,000 to level up. Ow. Do I need a double jump? That killed. That's crazy. Bone up. I'll go this way. Oh my. Okay. Oh, the fucking contact damage. I should have killed the spear guy, I think. Oh, the fucking contact damage, dude. It's... Like, yeah, I don't know, it's just, I'm like... It's not that bad, I'm just like not used to it. Oops. mean, I'm not blaming it on the game, but it's just the contact damage, like I try to charge an attack and then the enemy just fucking walks into me. And then I die. Oh, you can float over pits. Oh, I see. How do I hover above pits? Oh, nice. Not gonna talk to them? No, I wasn't. I really don't care what they have to say. There's like fucking... Dude, I've literally already ran into like 70 NPCs. Like... The dead are rising from the ground. Yeah, he just fucking ran into me. Just fucking walked into me, dude. Oh, good God. He did the classic move of walking into me. I thought I was gonna get hit there again. Where was that path? Oh yeah, I was back here. How do you do this? Yeah, but I can't. Oh. Oh. Thought I could stand on that. Alright, you stupid fucker. Are you gonna... Yeah, you have to do the jumps like that. Bro, what is that? Why? Oh, I guess I'll go this way. Oh! Launch forward and knock enemies back. Oh, so it changed it though. I don't understand. Oh, we're here. Here's another one. Forgot about these. Come here. I'm so bad at this game, man. guess I have to go in here. Not sure I really understand where I'm going right now. It just goes... Yeah, I have the shortcut, but none of this goes anywhere, so I don't... I don't know where I'm going. I don't know. I don't even remember where the fucking umbrella is anymore, to be honest. Down this way, maybe? Jesus. Oh. Do I have to whip that? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why does it not even... Okay. I don't know if I like this game that much, man. It's just so fucking annoying. Surprised he died there. I thought he was gonna run into me there too. Oh, how many bones? Dude, like... Did something. How many bones? Is there like a shortcut here or something? I mean, I guess it's not that far away. Because we can go in here, but... Probably should have equipped the trinket. Oh, it's a shortcut. Okay. Oh. I feel like I can go under him. There we go. I need more keys. What is that? Looks fancy. How many bones? 10 years ago, when they raised the spark generators, my husband said it meant a brighter future. Things are so big and different now. I feel so lost without him. Oh. Wait, what? Aha. Looks like a gravestone. Oh. Oh, only the partially destroyed ones. God, they walked at me and killed me. Oh, it's so annoying. I don't know. I mean, it's partially my own fault for like the hammer is fucking slow. It's just, it's so annoying when you, they just fucking walk at you and you die. I didn't miss. What do you mean miss every breakable thing? Shut up. It does look like I can... Oops. Yes. Cheese strats. Oh, oops. It's nice when you get a bone up, you get a lot, it like refills your health. Whoa. Oh, you get nothing if you don't kill him fast enough? Dash through foes, restoring health and plasma. Oh. What? Really? Could I have jumped across there? Oh. My bad. I don't have a key. Wait, do I need a key? What, should I have talked to that guy, you think? It was you who dug all them graves out. My sincerest thanks to you. Now it's my turn to rest in peace. Oh. Okay, my bad. Die, you fuck. Die. Beneath this vault of sturdy cobbles lay my bones and treasured baubles. Okay. Oh, that did not look like an entrance at all. Deal more damage at low health. Sidearms also cost less of them. Oh. Okay. Oh god. No. Whew. I mean, I will say the gameplay of this is, like, the game is fun. Like, the gameplay is really fun. I'm really fucking bad at this game, though. Oh, what is... Oh, I got an axe. Oh, it's the throwing axe. Oh, he actually can cross. Okay. You there, wearing a scornful gaze. Think me a plunderer, do you? All I discover will go to the National Museum. Oh, how noble of you. I haven't been to the National Museum since I was a mouseling with my cotillion group. Surely another visit is in order then, once I recover the Duchess and her crown jewels. I want to go back and get my souls, but... Oh. Perfect. We made the right call. Easy. Oh yeah, let me actually put on a trinket. Do the spikes, I guess. What is this thing? Oh yeah, the weapons. I'm gonna get defense. You're like, count the souls at rest, beware all who enter, for the bell will one day toll for thee. Oh. Good night, Vienna. Oh. Oops. Okay. I thought that was like a ladder. Oh, wait a sec. What's this? Oh. Hello? Where am I? I can't remember how I got here, and what is that horrible stench? I can't even think straight. It's you, isn't it? You absolutely reek of death. You, rancid meat, week old curdled milk. You stink. Can't take it, I need air, I'm going down to the next floor. Oh. Thanks. Oh, we got a key. Wait a sec, I want these skulls. How did I didn't even fucking notice these. Unless that guy spawned them. Yeah, my defense is definitely a lot better now. Lol. A statue without a head. Oops. Okay. This move doesn't do like any damage at all. Oh. Oh, I can pick it up. I see. Hypothetically speaking, if you wanted to murder someone, wouldn't a crypt be the best place? I'm just thinking out loud, don't mind me. Oh, by the way, you seen a guy in a red shawl? Can't seem to find him anywhere. Red shawl. Trying to do my best to pay attention to the surroundings. Oh, there's 2 statues without a head here. Yeah, I played Jump King Quest. It was fun. Oh? I have the red shawl. Amazing. Now that eyes are off us, supplies for sale? Oh. Pull nearby pickups towards you. I'm gonna buy a key. Oh. Well. Wait, is this like a... This is like a hub world or something. You can like connect to the other... Stares at you blankly. Are you alright? He mumbles and points to his empty head. Wait, you're missing your brain? Maybe I can find it for you. What? I can't. Okay. Oh my god. So stupid. How are you even supposed to... Why did I put it there? Because where else am I supposed to put it? I mean, I actually don't understand. I feel like I have to throw it there, but I can't pick it up, so... I can't put it on the counter. I tried to do that, and then it bounced off the counter and flew down. I tried to throw it over this counter here. It didn't work. What? Oh. Okay. The NPC already gave me 150 points. I guess he dropped something as well. Chat, some of you are fucking annoying the hell out of me. Bark, bark, bark. Okay. There you go. You happy? I don't know how he didn't hit me there. Oh god. I thought he was dead. Oops. Bone up. Nice. Boom. Hey, was there any secrets in that room? Doesn't seem like it. Skeleton. Stop following me. I can't stand your gangrenous aroma for another moment. I'm gonna be sick. How can you walk around smelling like this? But it's you, bro. You're made of poop. How dare you? That's it. Oh. Should have just hit him, man. I thought... How did I only have one heal there? Oh. I thought I was giving up a key. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, right. Give me that fucking box. Beat enemies to attract friendly flies that attack other foes. Oh, I guess I could have equipped it. I was looking. Oh, okay. Whatever, I wanted my heals back anyways. What? We're just face tanking. That hit me? Yeah. Have some fucking axes, buddy. I need 2 vials for this? How do I get to that checkpoint? Yeah, I don't know. What is that? Is that a fucking toilet? Oh. Where does this head go? Wait, what the fuck? What the? The fucking head. Oh my god. So fucking annoying. I feel like there's gotta be like that shortcut that we saw. I don't think I can cross this without the fucking umbrella. Fair befall my valiant rescuer. Alas, my fairest love is missing still. My love awaits within these very halls, O Howler, praying me in my quest. Okay. I don't think it's possible for me to... I can't even get back now. Am I just dead? Oh wait. Nice. Success. Okay, nice. Wait, how many bones do I have, like, saved up? 800? I mean, I didn't leave him behind. He just stopped following me. I mean, I don't know. He's not even here anymore. Wait, why are you down here? Alright, whatever. This guy doesn't deserve to find his love. Fuck this guy. No gadgets here. Okay. Hey, give me all them bones. I want to go back to the town, honestly. I want to buy, like, more extra heals, but... the fuck is that? What's happening here? I was hoping to see the spark tower up close, but what's wrong? An overload tripped the lookout. Now it's in low power mode, sealed by fuses only a skilled hollower can reset. I'll burrow up through the fuses to lock them down, but I'll have to run ahead of the surge. Looks dangerous, so you'll burrow into those fuses to reset the tower. Yeesh, Mina, good luck. Alright. What the? Alright. Wow, 4,000? Did I just get? Holy shit. Dear Baron Lionel, I've just restored the first spark generator, though the fight to reach it has left me battered and breathless. The Marshal of Ossex was right. Monsters prowled the tower's grounds, and the very earth around it was twisted and foul. Destroying these machines would be the worst thing we could do, unleashing something far greater than the horrors I have faced. We must press on until every last one is saved. Okay. So what, this is one of the 6 generators? Oh. The gate unlocked now? It is. What is... There's like... How do I get there? Maybe I have to go down? There's something here, but... Oh. I don't know. I see the tunnel right there. It's like it goes like under this thing. Am I really blind? Can I actually get in this right now? I don't see shit. I'm a floor lower? Oh. The... Wait, you have to do the bone up? Wait. So... It didn't let me exit. Everybody's favorite hollerer, you burrow into town and suddenly my heroics are forgotten. Don't you remember me? I'm Maxie, your rival, your better and the true master of the whip. Sold the spotlight for me 10 years ago, never again. Today we finished this. Fuck you, buddy. Okay. Oh, I didn't... Nice. That's cool. Fuck you, Maxie. What the whip? I lost by an inch. Your kind always cheats. Sorry, but I really must be going. I hope we can let go of old grudges. One day the Howler name will be done and dusted and they'll call on Maxie to lash out at you all. For all my training, I still couldn't beat you. This thing must have been weighing me down. Take it. Oh. Oh yeah, this is the keys shop. But you can't kick it down past the bridge. Hey! Out of my fucking way. No! Dude! Alright, you know, fuck this. They're gonna make the button to push the can the same button to interact with the fucking NPCs that are walking around trying to kick it? Dude, what is this? Annoying as fuck. Who's this? My fiance abandoned me, another foolish scheme. He'll die chasing fortune in Bone Beach. Never survived the cave network, he couldn't even bag any bones from the crypt or bayou. What? Oh. Bring in your unwanted goods. Oh. Buy weapons? Upgrade boom charge. Oh. No hollowers allowed. Here, have 100 bones. He smuggled me under his toes into the music hall more than once. Fancy sidearms, do you? Shh. Keep it quiet, talk like that draws attention. For a dual sidearm permit, you'll have to see my friend. No amateurs. Come back once you've boned up. Boned up. What's that? Hauling all this furniture, at least the pay's neck high and head above the rest. There's a giraffe in there. Can't hear you down there. Come up here, won't you? Oh, it's the giraffe. But I can't come up. Don't mind me, just admiring your nice bones. Me pickaxe broke again, friend. Just 100 bones would help. Sure. What kind heart you got? Without a pickaxe, I'd be stuck. Only ways back bouncing on them poof bushes. Can I make it? Oh shit. I can grab items for you early from other shops and spots that are hard to reach, but it'll cost you extra. Paninos, we pile on the goods. Wanna see? Step off a ledge to summon a web-weaving spider and cross gaps. Oh, dodging pendulum. Sometimes avoid taking damage and become invulnerable. Launch missiles when you use a vial. Oh, there's even more stuff. Dummy cache. Jump after landing to perform a longer, higher jump. Oh. Those sometimes drop a bomb on death. Very damaging fireballs when hit. Jump or burrow to avoid them. Damn. Okay. Oh, this is here. Yeah, they all sound pretty cool. I guess we go to the south? I kind of wish there was like a map or something. I know there... Like, have I been here? Go where you want. Yeah, I mean, I know, it's just... That's the thing, it's like, I don't even know where I want to go. Wasn't I in here? Was I here, dude? I don't know. It was similar, but I don't... Oh. I don't know, it's so confusing. Yo, Pooh, thank you so much for the... Thank you, Grand Pooh Bear, for the raid. What's up, everybody? It's fun playing Mecha Chameleon with you guys earlier. Yo, I don't think I've been here. Mina Bingo. biking around. I feel like I'm so strong for this area already. Okay, oops. I feel like I'm so like tanky now with the level 4 defense. What is that? Oh, I'm in real bad shape. Do you think you could heal me with one of your vials? How? Oh, there we go. Mina, my hero. I thought I was a goner. Let's get out of here. My name's Rennie, rhymes with clean, but I feel more like cleaning some clocks right now. Let's go. Cleaning some clocks. What are you going on about? Can you get... Oh. What was that? Okay. How do I hit this lever? Oh, I see. Oh, ouch. I don't have any heals. She's throwing bombs? Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Well, that was just stupid. This isn't looking great. Wait, I have a vial. What is the NPC doing? Oh, she's dropping me vials. I see. Right, that's what the vials are. Oh, okay. Let's stop being bad. Come on. I'm not bailing. Oh, nice. All right. Come on. Oh, Rennie, your quick broom work really helped out back there. Sorry you got swept up in all this. Thanks. Thorn said if a Hollower touched the generators, it'd cause a disaster, so they held me prisoner. Can't even fix the towers, but maybe I can help at the Hollowers Guild Hall in Osix. I'll meet you there. Alright. This is where I came in. Oh wait, this is... Wait a sec. Isn't this at the This is at the start. Yeah, I did get an extra trinket slot. I kind of forgot though. I don't know if I ever went this way. Oh, I don't think I did. Boy there, warrior. Stay sharp. We hunted the elusive Dugan to this very spot. I think it's close. It's where Father went missing. If it shows up, you can help us out, but don't get caught in the crossfire. It's a bunny? I'm so tanky. Dude, the fucking... Oh. You got him for a moment, that is. Did you see him transform? Surely we'll get him for good next time with your help. Farewell. Oh, 200? Oh, it's this... Dude, these turrets. Okay, wait, we were... What the? By leaping as far as you can, are you really as impressive as they say? Your last jump was 1.4 tiles, your old record is 2.4. I don't... Problem is, I have absolutely zero idea how to make, like, forward progress. Kids of all ages, jokes, japes, and laughs by the barrel and a half. Want to hear something funny? It won't cost you any money. It doesn't hurt, you're not laughing hard enough. I'll have you howling all over the aisles soon, just you wait. Hey Darius, thank you for the 38 months. Poeta Guy, thank you for the 11 months. Nox's Bayou Swampy Generator lifeless in the mire. Westward? That's the thing, I was trying to go westward, but like... There's the character I saved, yeah. Oh my... This fucking piece of shit is so annoying, dude. He just keeps stealing my shit. Yeah, I mean, there's a character I saved. I just have to find him amongst the 100 NPCs in the town. You can see the lights for the generators at the town. We have one lit. Just have absolutely zero idea where to make forward progress. I need to go west, but I can't. I can't go fucking west, man. There's no... Well, I can, I just don't know how. He and Juno have been poking around. Thorn stayed here. We found his old awards and medals. Almost forgot how beloved he was. He played by the book and stood by Lionel. What made him rebel? Oh, I think I see. I think I did a shortcut. Oh. Like my bike. Good to see you. There's got to be a way through. Maybe a trinket or sidearm could help us reach that chest. I don't think the bike is gonna let me cross that giga gap. Where the fuck am I now? Like, took a shortcut or something. Yeah, fill my jug. Come on, it's empty. Jug juice run dry. No good. Fill it with pain. You help Frog, Ribbit. Equip this jug and defeat 50 enemies to fill it. How do I equip it? What even is that button? Is that start? Did I do it? I did. Oh. I mean, with the bike I can cross, but without it I don't. sure how I was supposed to do that. Try the stone. My god, so much secret. Who's this? Hey Pipsqueak, would you like to browse my stuff? Is this supposed to be like a Donkey Kong reference or something? Kinda reminds me of Donkey Kong. How the hell do I get that? It's like so high up in the air. Oh shit. Oh shit. He's pissed. What is that up there? No idea. Ooh. Oh. My god. What? Oh. Good job, chat. Yeah, whatever. I don't really mind. I don't really mind for this game anyways. I'm not very, I have no idea how to get this skull, though. Can you ladder the skull? Maybe. I don't care enough, though. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you're... If you are supposed to do that, I don't know how. I am, confused. Oh, wait, I go up this way. Well, yeah, we're supposed, but we haven't killed enough enemies. We've only killed 11. Fog thrower? Weird. What What is fucking happening? Oh, I see. Oh. Isn't this where I think this is where I went into the secret. Debris blocked the bridge to Ossix up here. Well, how I reach the trinket shop now? Wait, so am I supposed to go this way then? Oh. I see. Can I... I don't think there's any way up there. Oh, come... Well, now what? I mean, I don't have a key. I think I understand. Aha. Who's this guy? Lava's all spilled out to the west. Debris is blocking the Ossix exit. Western Wilds are a real mess right now. Okay. Ha. Oh wait, we gotta... No! Dude, this guy is so fucking annoying. And then I love how he fucking goes off of the screen, like he just despawns when he goes off the screen. It's stupid. Oh. I'm not sure I want to sell any of this. Our train vanished a ways back. We're collecting funds for a replacement using this device. Oh my god. You need like 10,000. What is that? In life I was fast, as a ghost I'm faster. You think you could beat me in a race? Challenge a sprint to the Ossix Central Fountain area. No touching any doorways, stairs, trains, geysers, warps, or other trickery. Ah, fuck your challenge, man. Oh, we're here now. I see. Oh, who's this guy? Trinket, surely something will turn the Hollower's head. Drink plasma vials twice as fast. Don't lose plasma vials when hit. Oh, wow. Emit a damaging pulse while burrowing. Automatically use a vial without drinking when you have enough plasma. Attack at full plasma or health to fire a deadly shock ball. Walk faster, gain a burst of speed for a short time after hitting a foe. Fair. Private area, no trespassing. All right, well, we're on the upper floor now. Just go downstairs. Oh, we're here. Nice. Still can't get... Oh wait, maybe we can. Oh. Oops. Aha! Giraffe. Thornycroft? Here they look up to us for being giraffes or down on us for being rich. Guess it depends where you stand. You're one of the workers, right? Let me get you a tip. Thanks for helping us move. Couldn't resist the high ceilings here in this charming neighborhood and that little music hall so rustic. Oh, thank you. How do I get there? Oh. Oh. Don't let that fucking guy grab me again. Our neighbors' voices really carry through the walls. They sound close enough to be in the same room. Jub the Pariah. Shh, we don't want to bother anyone. I was here first. You're just my house guest, okay? I hit something. I'm definitely not getting across that gap, though. Saw your generosity earlier. Please accept this gift as my thanks. Oh, shit! Yo, was that because I gave money to one of the poor people? Alright, well, now I'm confused again, because I thought this was gonna be, like, the way forward, but now I mean, it's like a shortcut. I guess it's just meant to be a shortcut. But I don't really... Maybe it's up? Wait, no, this is where I came through. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. I guess I need to go west. It's confusing though because that's... Well, it says, like, go west to get to the bayou, which is where I need to go, but the thing is, I'm confused, because this is, like, the way I came from. It just goes down to the swamp area, which also seemed like a dead end. Might not be. Like, there's the shanty swamp, but I don't know. It didn't seem like there was any pathway here. Oh right, there was I needed the key, didn't I? Wait, where was that? Where was that key? Oh god. I think we found the way. Okay, I see. Oh, it's the train. What? What is that? Oh. It's time to give that brain a poke. I'm Clumpy D, and here's my joke. Why did the clown escape the bayou monsters, but the rest of the birthday party didn't? Clowns taste funny. Ah, get it, chump. In truth, I'm handy with knives, you see. Best to be prepared. Until next time, try not to die and do keep laughing, lest you cry. Oh, we made it to the bayou. Oh, I see. Is the jug full? Doesn't work. All right, here is your jug. What you gonna give me? Oh, what the? Getting bonus plasma from enemies, plasma can be filled beyond the normal maximum. There was two different ways to go. All right, guys. I think We got to a new area. This might be anyways time for me. I'm kind of tired. I kind of want to get some dinner. Started my stream a little late today. Yo, Dirty Koala, thank you for the 68 months. Thank you, man. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Yeah, this game's a lot of fun. I dig it. We'll probably do some more Bloodborne rando tomorrow, chat. I want the... Hopefully we can get some fixes for the rando. So I don't have to choose the settings every time I re-roll the seed. And also, because some of the key item randomizer doesn't work. This game was kind of frustrating me yesterday, but it's been like growing on me. It's pretty fun. The speed boost? The speed boost that you get when you, oh, what is that? You get like an insane speed boost when you kill an enemy because of like the trinket that I have on. Ow. The double. Dude. Get over here. I can't fucking hit him! There's a boat. This area doesn't... Oh. Oops. Wasn't really paying attention to what I was supposed to do there. The speed boost when you kill an enemy is actually like so nice. Ouch. I killed him in one hit at least. Why is there a boat there? Is this gonna fill up with water? Oh, now we go back because the water's there, I guess. We jump over the... It's games for children. Okay. All right, bro. I was a little frustrated with this game yesterday, but it's definitely been like growing on me. Oh. Okay, I'm getting fucking shit on. Dude. No. Fuck. Oh, I just... All right. Come here. Or not. Oh. Oh my god, it was right here too. You're like an inch away. This area so far doesn't seem too bad. Maybe it's because I have enough upgrades or something. Somebody in chat was saying like doing this area second is cursed, but it doesn't seem that bad so far. guys gotta fucking chill. Oh my god, that fire goes like so far. Can I get up there? Wait, what am... Oh. Oh, God. I'm so fucking strong. Okay, we're gonna fill with water now. Oh, I see. So easy to fall off. Swamp Shack. Oh, I don't have a key. Can I buy a key? You're looking soggy, dearie. I've got just the thing. Oh, I can buy a key. Bounce up when falling into a pit or water, giving you a chance to recover. Sounds potentially nice. Summon a creature to battle. Sure. Oh, what is that? Is that an upgrade for my hammer? After attacking, press square when Mina flashes to dash forward. Oh. That's nice. Oh, that guy got eaten by the fish. Oh. Nice. Okay. Is this a shortcut? Oh, okay. Another shortcut. Oh, whoops, that was the wrong button. Oh. Got like a pet on a leash. Not really sure where I'm supposed to be going though. I guess up. Oops. Oh. Oh. Dude, the speed boost when you hit is like crazy. It's so good. Hey, let's summon. Get him, buddy. Oh my god. Heal. Where am I? Oh! Big bones. Maximum burrow time. Oh. That seems pretty nice. Oh, it's one of these mirrors? Okay, so we activated more of the mirror world now. I don't know if I should be in here right now, though. We have blue and green unlocked. Why can't I guess you can't jump there. Yeah, I don't think I can go further there. Oh yeah, I forgot this fucking guy is here. God damn it. I need to get my shit back. Wait, where is my... Do you not lose the spark if you die in here? It's in him? Oh my god, I just lost so many bones. Damn, that's bullshit. That blows. Oh well. It's my bad. I should have used them. Just forgot this guy's in the fucking mirror zone. Okay, well the problem is I don't know like where I should go. Doesn't really seem like there's anywhere to go here. Oh, I'm so sad I lost my bones. What? I mean, I assume I want the water here, but I don't know. Because there is the area up here, but I don't know. There must be something I missed. Oh, wait. I think I see it. Aha. Damn, dude. Oh, that's fine. Come on, man. Fuck you, dude. Dude, it's like, he's just zoning me. I can't fucking get in there. Now I have no health, and... You stupid frog. I guess I see. Okay, now he's camping the platform, dude. This is unfucking believable. What's that? What is this? That was, interesting. They die pretty fast, at least. Man, we lost so many bones, dude. Oops. No way, what are you? I don't want to deal with these guys. I just blew myself up. Come on, checkpoint, please. Okay, yeah. Well, I should have just fucking went for it, man. Stupid ass enemy. No. We're basically back. Oh, what? What? Dude. Please. Alright. Now we have no heals. Fuck this guy. Oh, bone up. Yeah, sure. No. You fucking piece of shit! Oh, I hit myself, but at least I killed one. Where am I? Any checkpoints? Oh, there we go. Nice. How many of these bones do I have? 4,800. Oh shit, okay. Somebody said you can like press a button and it'll give you like the specific amount to level up. Select, okay. I'm gonna get defense. I feel like defense is the most valuable. Looks like there's other pathways. Maybe not. Lovely. Dude! The fucking fire goes everywhere! Fuck you! Dude! Dude! What are you doing? Dude, it's so grief that they put this, like, jump down spot right here. Just keep doing it by accident. Wait a sec. Oh, thought I could go in there. Revenge. Okay, nice. I don't think there's any way back up, though. Oh. Maybe I have to do both? Ah, I see. Can I actually... I think I have to go... back around now? Oh. What is this? Oh, that was lucky. He's still throwing at him. Fuck you. Oops. Excuse me? Bro. What the fuck am I... How... What? Oh. Wait. Dude, there's got... Okay, I was gonna say, there's gotta be like an angle I can get him. Oh my. That's kind of scary. Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, it summons like a flare. I don't even know what the point of this is. No idea. Does it actually do damage? I guess it does. Oh shit. He's really... Oh. Did he eat me? Boom. Phase 2? It doesn't look like there's gonna be a phase 2. Give me my bones. What's up, Seeker? Oh, health rose. Nice. Yeah, I saw you got a PB. Congrats, dude. Is there like a checkpoint here? I don't want to fucking lose all my bones again, dude. Probably one. There we go. We almost have enough. I want to get another, like, trinket. Ouch. So I can use a third trinket. There's the trinkets in this game are, like, really... Some of them seem really, really good. I feel like the maximum burrow time probably really nice. Is this another generator? Oh shit, we're doing this again. God, what is fucking happening? Oh, I just was supposed to jump over that. Oops. You can get so many bones on the tower, but it's like... the time limit's kind of scary. Mina, every spark tower you repair spreads the blight you've seen yourself. Help me burn them down. What? Why? That's not true, Thorn. Destroying them will only make things worse. They're poison, Mina. Better to see them in ruins than spreading their rot. You'll thank me when the last one falls. Are we fighting? Oh, you can go again if you want to get more bones. I see. That's fine. Time to sleep. I wouldn't say the game's been too difficult, but it's definitely not easy either. Now that I've gotten like the hang of the game though, it feels a lot better. I'm using the best weapon. I mean, it's not like I did it on purpose. I don't really know how we're supposed to, like, get back. We can't get back from over this way. I don't know, maybe there was a path. I don't know. This is where the moon guy was. I feel like I missed something. I don't know. I'm gonna go back. I feel like there's something I missed, like maybe over here. Oh yeah. Here we go. Oops. Why is that guy's not dead? Oh my god, these guys are a fucking menace. Wait a sec. I think I need to go up. Fishing hole. Wait, what is this? My brother's such a good fisherman, right? Admiring my fishing rod, eh? It's a beauty. I'm working on catching the big one. What's that? You've never fished? Oh, you simply must. You can borrow my rod. Care to try? Oh, shit! Well, thanks, man. Now be found in sidearm cyclers and scattered throughout the isle. Oh, I see. Leaper head. There's just like a chance when you cast that it... Oh. Oh no, okay. Yeah, you have to wait for it to spawn. Ah. Oh, I'm out of juice. Alright. Where are we right now? Oh, there's like way more fish. I don't remember how to go back to the fucking town from here, chat. Oh, this way. I didn't even realize I could go up there. Any more fish? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, this was... Wait a sec, was this? No, I need to go more up. I can't remember. I think I don't think this leads back to the town. Or maybe it does. Yeah, it's the Donkey Kong shop. Maybe this way. Wait, is the bunny back? Oh my god. Wait, now the bunny's gone. Oh my god. Can't cross over here. Wait, what is this? Have I been in here? Oh, there was like a shortcut into the town that I think I missed. Like I don't think I'm going back the right way. I mean, well, this will work, but there was a shortcut we could have used. Who the hell is this guy? Jub. What a great bath. Water's nice and warm, don't you think? Who are you? No, no, no. Get the fuck away from me, you freak. He wants my bones. What? Really in need, huh? Take a look at our stock. I insist. I want the trinket bag. Kind of want another trinket bag. I don't know. The trinkets seem really cool. But I do also want another vial. Might as well buy that. It's only 500. Well, we have just enough. You know what? Fuck it. Alright, let's go talk to the newspaper lady. Alright. Septemberg's windy generator needs repair. Get the latest right here. Autumn town shrouded in dread. Disappearances mount near Septemberg. Could a monster walk amongst the leaves? Hollower last seen in the southern outskirts. New device carries sound over miles. Okay. Okay, this is the path that we unlocked. Wait, where does this go? 'Cause I wonder how you get up there. Can I throw my axe? I don't really understand, like... Oh, you can just go under. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I don't know, the perspective is weird. Like, I thought it was like a wall. I didn't think I could go under it. Okay, well... I mean, I know of one other place we can go. Oh, okay, it was here. Okay, because there was a path this way, Loner's Landing, which I don't know. Maybe this isn't going to be a very fun place. What's that? Oh. You have the ladder? I don't think you can bring the ladder out of the shop, though. I don't think you can bring it this far. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. I don't think I can do anything here. You say blind, but I don't think I'm blind. There's nothing here. Unless I need to burrow. Okay, well, I thought there was more here, but there's fucking nothing. No, you can't get onto the rocks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I have no idea where this September is. These fucking guys are so... They captured him. I don't think this is the Mighty Dugan. Release him, Ack. It appears the skeptics were correct. What a disappointment. Oh, what the fuck? It's not even exist, but Father's still out there somewhere. I just know it. Did you have fun? Yeah, hunting's always a blast, but the trails run cold. So long. Oh, okay. We can equip that too. Oh, where is it? Oh, we can equip other stuff too. Maximum burrow time. I kind of want to put that one on. Yeah, I bought some upgrades. Alright, see you later, Colleen. Alright, well, now we need to figure out where to go, because I don't know where the fuck September is. I don't really remember seeing any, like, pathways. Deal and receive more damage. Strike foes quickly to form a protective shield. I wonder what's in the private area. You... Yeah, that's right. Let's take your bones before there's nothing left of me. Thank you. The speed boost when I attack an enemy is actually really useful for that guy. Can actually get my shit back. Although if he grabs you, if he takes your stuff when he's like close to the edge of the screen, then you get kind of fucked over. Can I buy a key? Oh. Why is this lady crying? Oh, right. Only way to be rich is to steal from the poor. Take these bones. Oh, thanks. You're scared of me. Oh, what the fuck? You found me out. My nose betrays me and so does my courage. How can I ever hope to woo her? Long to speak to her, yet my courage fails. Perhaps with the right gift I could. The big fucking nose. Wait, have we been in here? Wait, we have been in here, what? Oh yeah, but we couldn't get this chest. This is the only thing about this game that's like... I don't know if I just haven't been exploring well enough. Oh, thank you. I don't know where to go. I don't know, because people said you can access like a bunch of the areas right from like the beginning. You want a helpful tip? If it's to talk to the newspaper lady, that has not really helped. No, there's no map. Well, I mean, I know what the next spot is called, but they didn't give me any sort of direction. This person wants to study at Bone Beach or Septemberg, but they... all they say. I want to get the upgrade for my weapon as well. It's like another upgrade for the hammer. The game expects you to have a map now. Is there a map in this game? I have not found... If there's like a cartographer or something, I've not found them. Oh, I never came here. It's the guild hall, though it seems better these days. If you're really a hollower, you'll know how to get in. This place is in ruins. If we're to have any hope of getting back at Thorn, we need to work together. Come on, Muriel, let's get things back in order. It's Halloween time. Haven shines anew, but still no sign of Drillheart. I can customize your Underlab's look, hop in to browse the themes. Oh, I can change this area? Sure. At last, the rubble yields to Drillheart the Hollower. My horns ache, but my purpose endures. Ah, old friend, it's been ages since we carved our first Underlabs, hasn't it? Your underlab calls for care. The soil begs for my refined touch. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh. A detailed map of the aisle from your underlab. Play discovered music in your underlab. Oh, that's nice. Add some targets to test out your gear. Oh, sidearm recoverer. That seems really nice. You can also store a duplicate. Yeah, that's really nice. Well, now we know. Oh, okay. Tasty looking cloak you've got there. Careful now, predators might take a bite. Heard weird noises coming from underneath the bridge on the eastern heath. The what? Have I been there? Let's see what's up this way. Ah. It's a frog. I swear I saw something dart past a planet. Maybe just a bug on the lens. See for yourself. I actually find something here? The fuck is that? Oh! Hey! Hey, free key. Here, you must read the paper. Now that Lionel owns it, it's full of juicy gossip. Heard something lately. Someone slipped into the trinket owner's cellar so quickly their head spun. Wait, the trink... Oh. How? From this bench, I can almost picture Lionel and I as neighbors. Imagine that. Oh, we're here now. What the fuck is that? Oh, you scared me, dude. Time to give that brain a poke. I'm Clumpy D, and here's my joke. Where's the worst place to be kicked in Ossex? In the Cossacks. Cossacks? Okay, that's not a joke, just a rhyme. Don't be so narrow-minded. It's humorous. Till next time, try not to die, and do keep laughing, lest you cry. Are you trapping me in here until I listen to your fucking... Oh, okay. What if I go to the left? Okay, I'm just here. Oh, man. I don't know. Oh, wait, maybe I can talk to this guy. What a relief to see you and to see the lights returning, shining bright again. You're truly one of a kind, my friend, but you'll need more equipment to carry on. Take some bones and shop around. It won't see you unprepared. Oh, shit. You got any more of them bones? bro. This kick the can thing, I don't know if you actually get for anything for doing this, but it's so fucking annoying. I don't know, I mean, we can kill... Wait a sec. Have I been here? Oh, that's Gigabones. Oh! Oh, we found it! Septemberg. That just drops down in the fire area. Alright. Nice. Is there any way for me to get... The chest here, though. My god, I'm getting shit on. I wonder how you get that chest. I don't really want to get... Alright, I gotta see if I can get this chest. Can I just go down from here? Oh wait, I needed a key here. Nearing the end, I can feel it in my bones. So much left undone. Sigh. Never even felt the cold of snow on my skin. Only I could travel to Coltrane Peak and hold a snowball in these hands before my last, if only. Maybe we need to get the train going for him. we only have one heal. It's not great. It's okay. There was actually bones in there. Oh, come on. Oh, this is like Super Metroid. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice. Alright. I wonder if all those enemies respawn. It seems like they do. It's probably a pretty good, like, farming spot. It's like 500 right there. You can kill them quickly. Wait, what? Oh, I see. That was close. Oh wait, that respawns? I'll hit this. I need my 5 bones. No! Oops. Let's see. How do I get it to... Oh, from here. Wait. I'm so confused. How do I do this? From here? Ah. Wait for one more. Okay, free key. Yeah, this game's really fun. It's definitely like grown on me for sure. I was a little frustrated at first, but now that I've kind of gotten the hang of it, it's feeling a lot better. Oops. Wait, what? Where am I going here? Oh, I see. Oh, no, I didn't want it. It's so easy to fall in. Oh, I'm back up here. Oh, lantern. Well, that guy just fell to his death. Oh, he respawns, okay. See, hot. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh. No. I've just been using the hammer so far. I do kind of want to try out some like other weapons though. weapon choice at the start feels like you're choosing a difficulty. Yeah. Oh, nice. I like this zone so far. This is chill. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, God. He's fucking massive. Oh, this is like a really big arena, actually. Die, you house. Some more attack. Oh, hello. A madhouse. Papa Mad. Thanks for freeing us all from house arrest. For helping, we'll lick you in on a deal, see? Deals are tasty indeed here at the Madhouse. Leave a damaging trail of ooze behind you whenever you burrow. Sidearms deal more damage but consume more jewels. Oh wow, that's an expensive key. Blocks one hit from lightning attacks, then breaks. Recharges in a few seconds. Yeah, the ooze one sounds nice. The sidearm one also seems potentially nice. Whatever, I'm gonna buy the key as well. It's kind of expensive, but... September's seen hard times. We've kept our eyes on it together as a family. Sure, we may look funny, but in fact, we come from a long line of true visionaries. Alright. There's something so weird and unsettling about this shop. I know what it is. They don't sell eggs. Oh. Lady, you should probably turn back. Haven't you heard about the carving man? No. Oh, they die in 2 hits now. Yeah, well. It's so hard to... Lost 15k bones. The most I've lost so far was like 3,000, and that felt pretty bad. Lionel's troops rarely venture this far, though I suppose there's not much happening. Books only talk of hollowers, but my book says wallowers could cross walls like this one right here. How indulgent. Wallowers? Can I become a wallower? Summon the strength of a wallower, allowing you to burrow into walls. Oh shit. Yeah, the trinkets all seem like very useful. Oh, I see. Oh. And how do I actually make this? Can I really make it that far? Oh wait, I can go behind the wall, I guess, maybe? No, I can't. Okay. Can I guess I can make it. Scarecrow looks different. Let it down. You saved me. The Corvin tied me up here like a scarecrow and took my trinket. Why are they doing this to us? I thought we were all brothers. Ooh, 800. Yeah, the wall jumps are a bit weird. It's cool though. Hi, I'm Gordon. I've got a taste for anything that crosses my path. What are you tasting at this moment, Gordon? Tastes like normal old ground under me. Wish it had something spicy like bile or acid. Oh. Wait a sec. Alright, we'll ooze for him. You like that? Acidic electric divine, like bile bursting on my buds. I'm so pumped. The flavors are truly exquisite, except this token. Hey. I mean, I'll take 500. It's not bad. But how? I guess I need like a throwing weapon or something. Wish he'd take more plasma vials, but he swears there's no good for him. Can you do anything? Wait, who? Is that a pig? Tomato farmer. Look at me. I'm nearly a tomato now. Guess I'll just let the spark finish what it started. Oh. Wait, what? What? I'm so confused. Wait, how am I supposed to get that? Hey, Cactus, thank you for the 55 months. Oh, yeah, maybe I do need the wall trinket. Oh, wait, no. I see it. You drop from above. There we go. What is that? You crushed me. Is this a Paper Mario reference? Wait, what? Don't speak to me, you mulcher. The horror, oh, the wrestling horror. just interesting because like the audio text is different, and it kind of reminds me of like the star sprites from Paper Mario. Oh, I should have done this first. Because this was just here. Can I stomp them again? No. Seems like I can't. We're gonna go catch the carving man. No, we don't need an old bag's help. Are you talking to me? Carving man has jack-o'-lanterns instead of hands. They say his hands can gobble up children. I'm the leader. The plan's this. We split up, and if we see him, we hide until the others find us. I'm not scared. Ah, what was that sound? Well, we can go left. Oh, this looks like it's the right way. Hold on, I want to go up here. Schoolhouse. The village isn't safe. The carving man is loose. My students won't listen. They say they'll stop him, but they're just kids. They don't understand what they're facing. Oh, I bet I can come back here after we... Oh, is that the carving man? We could probably come back here after we kill that guy. Maybe get like a reward or something. Evil dies tonight. Farmland looks just as dull as back home. I remember you running that training wheel till you collapsed. I did push too hard sometimes just to break up the boredom. Maybe I still do. Oh, we got the tricycle again. I guess we'll go in the well. Wastewater canal. Can I bike over it? Huh. Looks like I have to get through the sewers somehow. There's like a sewer entrance somewhere. I wonder if the wall burrow would let me get past this. Probably not. You would think it would, though. But I feel like it... Like, it makes sense that it would, but I feel like it's not going to. How many bones do I have in storage? 16. Thought I was a goner for sure. They tied me up there and put this mask on me. They said they did it because I'm a bad crow. No one deserves that fate, to rot out here in the sun. Is that a doggy? Oh. What is that? Oh. It's the fist. Is this a secret or? Oh. Aha. I'm curious, how many of you guys in chat have played this game? Okay, now we're back. Okay. Chat was like completely dead and I wasn't sure. Okay, chat's actually just bugged. I was like, nobody has said anything in like 2 minutes, and I know like maybe this game isn't like the best for like viewership, but it's like, okay, there's no fucking way. Wait, what is that? Oh. Bone up. Might hold off, actually. You've been watching the World Cup. Yeah, not really a big, Oh, I can take these too? Oh, come on. You sports. Just kidding. Is this game new? I think this game came out like a few months ago. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god! we dropped a key. Nice. And get some attack, I guess. I don't know. I kind of want to like buy more stuff, to be honest, but how do I? Oh. Okay, I still don't really understand how I'm supposed to get up to that checkpoint, though. I don't know. I don't see it. Is it obvious? I don't. Maybe this isn't the right way. Is this still part of like the secret path that I went down? Maybe. I don't think so. Oops. Unless I can, like, use this to, like... What do you mean I'm... okay, if it's obvious, I don't know, man. I don't see it. Oh, wait, no, I see it. Maybe I have to be like center like this. There we go. Bro, what is going on? I mean, I'm cooked, but... Okay, so we can't kill this guy. We just gotta run, I guess. It's fine. We're not very far away. Wait, which one has my souls? Or my spark? Did I get it? Oh. Oh, come... Oh, I need that money. Oh, that was close. Alright, alright. The Carving Man's real. I ain't sticking around, though. It's goat time. Goat time? Oh, good God. Oh! I don't want that skull. It's not worth. This part's cool so far. I like it. Oh, I have the... I remember this one. Oh, okay, I see. I need to go with the... Okay. Okay, shortcut. Oh, what the? Ouch. It's a regular day in the Midwest, yeah. This is what I gotta do every time I go to my parents' place. Oops. Oh, that was a mistake. Ooh, what is that? Oh, the fist. Oh, gosh. You bong things with a giant hammer? Well, I'm using the hammer weapon. There are other weapons that you can also use, though. My damage is so high. So OP. I do want to try out some other weapons, though. I would like to. Oh my god. That guy did so much damage. Boot Goblin. Oh, yeah. I saw him. Oink. Forget leading. I'm trotting back to the schoolhouse. Oh, shit. This is not good. Go! Oh, nice. What the heck is that? Oh. What the? Oh, I see. I kind of see? I don't know. So okay, well, it can't hit me while I'm... gosh. Oh, there is kind of scary, guys. Alright, well, whatever. We got the checkpoint. That's okay. That was close. Oh. Chad, I don't really like this area. I'm getting defense, dude. I'm getting like clobbered right now. Painted layer. I can't even get over there. Maybe with the iron lung trinket I could do this, but I don't think I can get there right now. Wait a sec, how do I... How do I get back? I don't understand. I don't understand. Am I missing something? I must be missing something. Oh, right here. Oh, there we go. Oh, we have a ton of bone stone. I mean, we can put on the iron lung and see if that helps. I feel like it's still not going to be enough. Amazing. These little fuckers are so annoying. My god, dude. Holy shit. Oh. Dude, like, holy shit, man. It's just like so fucking annoying. Also, how the hell did I lose my bones there? What enemy had my fucking bones? I thought it was the flying guy. Is the rope a shortcut? Where? What are you what rope? What are you talking about? I know we unlocked a shortcut somewhere. I don't... Yeah, honestly, we do have the lightning guard trinket. That's true. I think that's like specifically made for this area. I actually forgot about that. That trinket would be so nice. I don't know if I bought that trinket. Yep. Dead again. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, sure. Dude, this area is so toxic. I wish I had that electric perk, man. Oh. No. Why am I going this way? I have the shortcut. Oh, that was so lucky. I thought I was dead for sure there. Fuck you! Wait a sec. Can you... My god, it's actually enough. Nice. Okay, well, I guess that was it. Am I blind? No fucking way. You guys are trolling me. Dude, no way. Oh, wait, I am blind. Wait, is this a shortcut into the bayou? It is. Interesting. I mean, it did say Nox Bayou, so okay. It's kind of cool, actually. All right, don't forget. What? Aw. Finally, I'm off that post. I have plenty to barter if you like. Oh. When hit, drop a shrieking Mourndrake that pushes and damages foes. Sure, why not? Oh my god. Okay, dude, you are like being as annoying as you fucking possibly can. Holy shit. Fuck you. It's like hiding in the fire. Oh. Alright, we're okay. Bro. Die, you fucker. He's in my home! I'm sorry for ignoring the clown. What do I get in the... Oh. Oh, a mirror? Is this a new zone? Oh, nice. Oh, is that a trinket pouch? Oh, shit. Yo, that's actually really nice. I think I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. Have you seen Crowtown? Farmhouses, trees? Nope. He does a good amount of damage, but we might actually be able to take this guy now. Okay, never mind. Retreat! Oh, what's that? Guardian Casket. Sturdy shield, tap square to bash, keep holding square to block, bash as you get hit to parry. I'm dead. you, dude. I want to use my shit. I can't even... Shield sucks. Whatever, man. Now it actually lets me fucking switch my weapon. I mean, the damage it does is good, it's just the range is... I've got the whole fucking army on me, bro. What is this? I mean, we got a lot of... 2,400 bones isn't that much. We already just got like 500 right there. Still sucks, but... Wait, which is the way that I even went before? Did we actually go forward? I thought... Sorry, I'm so confused. Where did we die before when we lost the bones? We went it was somewhere... Wait, was it down here? Where did I die? Because we got this chest and now I'm like... I guess we just died by the door, yeah. This enemy is so fucking annoying. What's up, dude? Gobble, I ain't sticking my neck out of the car, or the carving man will get me. I'm flying out of here. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Oh my god. Alright. Got 4,000 bones in storage, 1,800 on us. I think this is probably a good stopping point, chat. It's fucking late. I started my stream really late today. I was up at like 8 a.m. and then I fell back asleep until like noon. Yeah, it's been a fun stream though. Thank you for watching, everybody. This game's really fun. I'm excited to probably play more tomorrow. Probably just play it towards like the end of the stream. Try to do like 1 or 2 dungeons each day. It seems like there's 6 dungeons total, or 6 generators, but then there's probably like a final level after the generators or something. I had to guess. We have the defense, burrow time. I don't think I'm ever gonna take off the faster movement when you hit an enemy. It's really nice. I feel like the plasma jug's pretty nice too. I do think the game is maybe not the best for like... Don't cry, Lazarus. Don't cry. Don't cry. We'll do more Bloodborne tomorrow, chat. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the Bloodborne rando though. It's been fun to do it again. It's really nice that the quality of life of the rando has gone up so much since Smerton has helped with it. No. Are you? Okay. On the save select screen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, veteran mode just turns all this shit on. It's so easy to miss. Like, you'd think they would... I mean, I guess... Like, I know it says modifiers on the bottom, but... Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of settings. Interesting. What are visual modifiers? Yeah, I have no idea. These explodey guys are so fucking annoying. Oh. The fuck am I going, dude? Wait, did I go? Oh, I went backwards. Okay, I was like, I feel like I've been here before. Oops. Hey, Blaine, thank you for the 27 months. Do you think I can... I want to see if this works. I don't think it's going to, but... Oh, it did work. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Oh, this isn't good. Tapping a Bloodborne. Taking a break. I don't know. I just wanted to play this game. I've been having a lot of fun with it, so. We're gonna do more Bloodborne tomorrow, chat. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to make more progress. This game's been a lot of fun. Wait, how? I feel like I've been here. Wait, I have been here. I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure I've been here. No, I have. Oh yeah, it was this house. Did I start a new playthrough? No. No. Oh God. Holy. I'm fucked. Maybe not. Okay. Oh God. Carving shack. Is that a pipe? Oh shit. Oh. Alright. That wasn't so bad. If I was on veteran mode, I definitely would have been cooked. I got a lot of bones. It's cooked because of the checkpoints? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure, like, what upgrading the bone stone thing does exactly, like... Like, I guess it's your, like, max carry capacity for it. Oh, it just saved... It just banks... Oh, okay. Oh, it's the tower, I think. Well, that was good. Ah. Oh my god! The towers are so janky, man. Dude, oh my god. No, I wanted those bones. No, I didn't. Oh my god, let me jump in the hole! go. That's good enough. Good enough. Oh my god, we have 13,000 bones? Jesus. Mina, I now reach out to you as Lionel has continued to ignore my letters. You traveled the Isle. You must see the spark generators or the source of its blight. Your beacons of prosperity have become instruments of destruction. Lionel is lying to you. He knows the damage as well as I do, but hides it for his own benefit. I urge you to recognize the truth. The towers must be decommissioned permanently. I know you're a good person and these towers were born of noble intent. I've seen it myself. Please help me instead of hindering me. I don't know how much time we have left. Thorn. Are the towers actually bad, or is he gaslighting us? I want to go back to the town, man. We have so much money to spend. Okay, this has got to be the pathway. Somehow that worked. Oh, what the? I like the hammer. It feels... Oh, what is this? The hammer feels kind of OP, though. Granted, I haven't really tried many other weapons. I was trying the shield for a bit, but I didn't really like it that much. Oh, that's... You know, I didn't think that was I didn't think that was the sparks. Honestly, I thought it was, I thought it was like the generators. But yeah, I want to spend, but we're going home. It's all in the bone. It's in bone storage anyways. What? Oh, we're here. I see. I remember this place. We got a bike. Oh. Brought them all home. I was so afraid I'd lost them. Please take this. Lightning Grip. Call down a damaging bolt when attacking after healing. And occasionally on hit. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I had a feeling we'd get something there. Save the kids. I'm not sure if we even are gonna end up using the trains, but I did save all of them. Now, I just need to remember how to get out of this fucking area. I remember this. I think it came from this way. This guy's tanky. I think it was from down here. Oops. No. Go. Sure where I should go now. Okay, so we can go to the guild hall now. So curious, how do I get in here? I want to go to the music hall. Oh wait, this isn't the right spot. This is the guild hall. Wait a sec, how do I... Oh, is it further in? Hey, who's the fucking shop? Oh, it's this guy. By the maps. Kinda want the sidearm stuff. Okay, so I can... Holy shit. Oh. Oh, this is so nice. Oh my god. This helps so much. There's so many secrets. I missed 2 keys, 2 gems. What do you mean zooming in? I mean, you can see, like, oh, you mean like this? Like... I actually found a good amount in the bayou. We haven't been to Bone Beach yet? Okay, wait, where's the duplicator? Ah. Okay. All right, let's get an extra spark. Kinda want to get another trinket, but... Ah, fuck it. I don't know if I saw any doors that needed 3 spark containers. Yeah, the trinkets are all really useful. Oh, in here maybe I can go now? Nice. I heard a cloak was left behind on the train. Wonder if it's still there or if someone's taken it by now. Welcome to the Atelier? How do you say that? Here to peruse our curated selection. 25% more max health? Wait, cloak upgrade? Wait, that seems insane. Is that that's just like extra health? Wait, there's a hole. Oh, I kind of want to go into that door with the 2 spark containers back in the path. Are you talking about that red door there? Because we already opened that one. There might be more, too. Oh, there's one right here. Iron Steed is a modern marvel, so fast. Mine's locked up in the back, gotta be wary of thieves. We already had a bike. I'm really curious how I get in here. You buy all of his wares, they'll give you a special treat. Oh. I want to go in the music hall. Hey. Hey, what about this guy? Hey. You want a clue for what? Getting in the music hall? The Sifted Sands Ring Duck. I need to not look like a hollower, I guess, somehow. He smuggled me under his toes into the music hall more than once. Under his toes? Under his toes. Alright, what does the scryer have to say? Bone beaches shoreline generator silent, but the dreadworm stirs. Bone Beach. Septemberg Stalker carved down to size. Mina, our quiet savior. Bucket, frog bobs, and bayou reward if found. Bucket. What? Frog friend adrift. Bucket, frog bobs, and bayou. Limited stock in each area, 3 locations outside Ossix. Opit's Den. I don't feel like I get in there from here at all. I don't know, this guy just said that Lionel smuggled him under his toes. But I don't know how I can either make myself look like Lionel or get Lionel to help me or get somebody to do the same thing. Here you go. Really? Yes, yes, get them in me. Wow, I look totally normal now. Thanks, you rattled my bones, but I sure learned my lesson. Chance to keep Spark on death. On Sparkless demise, save half or all bones. Oh. How do I get up? Oh wait, wait. I've already been here. Wait, did I go up this way though? Oh, that's so nice. Greetings, welcome to the Manor's Gardens. Beautiful here, I can almost feel the history beneath my feet. Indeed, this is the Undying Garden of Evra. Evra? My old master Godred left only one heir, Evra. Where he sought to nurture life, she sought to outlast death. Her obsession drove her mad. One day she simply vanished, and all that remained was her garden, so now I tended in her honor. See, I can go on the wall there, but... Like, if the bike could go further, then I could get on the wall and probably make it, but... And I, like... I feel like I need the wall, plus I need like the hover. Are you short on bones? I suppose you could borrow some of mine, but you have to pay me back later, alright? I don't really need bones. Because you just bounce off that. I don't think I have what is needed to do this right now. It doesn't seem like it. Those tiles, try leaping as far as you can. Are you really as impressive as they say? What a leap, you went 4.0 tiles that time. Thank you. I mean, it makes sense as there's multiple solutions. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Bro, just shit on me. Yeah, we almost had him. God. I need 5 vials for this. How do I get inside this house here? I wonder if I missed something here last time. I feel like this drop down should... No, this... Okay. There's a mirror there. Like, how do I get... The chest there? Not there either. Oh my god, I did it. I did it again. Oh. Ah. Aha. It was normally on water, grass, stairs, and ice. Resist knockback even into pits. Oh, wow. Wait a sec. What if I... Can I just roll out of here? Or dig, I should say. Alright, I think maybe we can use the pit preserver to get across this gap here. Maybe. Oh. I don't know if it's enough. I don't really think it's enough, though. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I thought it might be enough, but you just don't really get... we still need to do the 5 vials. The hell is that? Is that a weapon? Oh, the mace. Where does this go? Oh yeah, I wanted to upgrade my weapon as well. Okay, so we need to go to the what? The Bone Beach or something? Wait, do we not even know where Bone Beach is? I mean, I would assume it's like to the south of the map. I was on the path to it at one point, but turned back. I guess just give me like a direction. Maybe. Two zones covered by fog. Yeah, I noticed that. How do I get that chest? Wait, I see a... It just doesn't even look like there's a... I don't know how you would get there. Last, the true moonlight breaks through, my pores rejoice. Did you do that? You have my gratitude. Only natural rays give a lasting glow. Hey, you're blocking my moonlight again. Don't cause a lunar eclipse, okay? Hey, free bones. And what is with this city path? This is so... I don't think it's this way. I mean, I could be, I guess. So curious about this chest. I feel like there's a path in the town somewhere. Like over here, maybe. Oh, wait, I bet it's gotta be this. But how do I get into the water? Maybe. I feel like there's an entry point for the water somewhere. What is this? Okay, so if I'm fast enough... This fucking enemy, though. You're so annoying! No! Yes! Alright, well I have no idea how to get into the river or the canal. I'm pretty sure there is a way into the canal, but... I don't know. Oh yeah. I'm so OP now. I go under this bench? Can, but not into the canal. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, let's go... Maybe I don't know if I went this way. Is there anywhere else to go over here? Really not. How am I supposed to get in there? Oh, wait a sec. Okay, I think we are supposed to go into the cave network. Just looking around a bit, though. As to the left was where... I think we have to go into the cave network. Oh, okay. I see. I don't know if I've been here. Bruh. Fuck. Oh, we're here now. You guys do a lot of damage. Who's this? Oh, is this Puppet? Come closer, Puppet. Be a doll, buy all my wares, won't you? Press X while airborne to float and extend your fall. Oh, maybe we can do the thing in the town now. Thanks. 2 more stalls await. Seek me out. I'll pull you back in for more. Of course I'm buying the keys, bro. I was buying the other thing first. This looks bony. Oh, shit. This area is kind of fucked up, dude. Oh, a lot of heals. Oh my god. Oh, he left a bomb on the ground. What is that? I can't heal. Okay, you know what? I want to see something. I think we can cross that gap now. Maybe. Need mana though. Easy. Back again, you ever wonder who built these Underlabs? I do, every time I see you come in. Oh, you can hit it to... How'd I change the mode? Take less damage, but healing is less effective. Oh. Place is kind of scary. Really? I feel like the umbrella is worse than the trinket I have. Who dares enter? Another mortal come to claim my eternal garden. You must be Evra, Godred's daughter. You've been down here all this time? Do you need help? My father, that filth. He deserves to rot in the very soil he worshipped. He died a weakling like the rest. Not me, though. I've tended this garden, fed it with death. I'll stay down here alive forever. Everett, you don't have to live like this. Come back with me. There's still hope for you. Cool. I don't need saving. You're just like my father, so I'll send you to join him in death.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's just fucking OP as shit! Okay, I don't know if I'm ready for that, man. Dude, I'm getting two-shot. You lost your sparks? Yeah, I know. But the thing is, I have to kill the boss to get the spark back, so it's fucked anyways. I'm better off just going this way. Use your bones so you don't lose them. That's not how it works. Why don't I try again if I'm gonna lose it? Yeah, but I'm not gonna lose it if I go this way, because I can actually get my shit back if I go this way. Gosh. Yes, this is the Crystal Cave. Oh, I could have just went in the wall. Oh, this is a different zone, I think. Oh my god. Jesus. It's time to give that brain a poke. I'm Clumpy D, and here's my joke. What will you become if you're stuck in the Underlab too long in the sifted sands? A sand angel. Are my jokes suffocating you? I wouldn't want to erode your patience, of course. Here I thought you'd kick my rear, but you were gentle. Have this, dear, and don't get sentimental. Till next time, try not to die, and do keep laughing, lest you cry. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. The bone miners took over my land and kicked me out. Now I live here. The bone miners. I only need 100 bones to keep my fire burning. Sure. My gratitude. In the worm's depths, I lost my lamp, then a jagged blue grin emerged from the dark. I never returned. Lost his lamp. Oh. My feathers won't keep me warm tonight. 300 bones would help. Sure. Thanks kindly. They spoke of a sturdy raft in Loner's Landing, west of the Sandfalls. I lost it all seeking it. A sturdy raft in Loner's Landing, west of Sand... Oh, we're here. Nice. Oops. Oh, nice. Okay. Collect the pixels. Scary how intensely the sands have been shifting lately. Still, I can track quickly when I'm hauling a bomb. Me belly rumbles something fierce. 200 bones, good lady. You got a good heart, friend. Not like Major Minor. He filled his belly by eating my whole family raw. What? Any more shinies? Do they just spawn, like, is it just infinite shinies here? What is this? That doesn't seem like it. Dude. Oh. I got this fucking pattern. Oh, that did work. Okay. Oh, I need a key. Man, I feel like I've missed so many keys, dude. Oh, I can blow this up. Oh. I want to get the train fixed, man. I don't know if I bought all of the keys. I bought a few. I'm not sure if I got all of them, though. What is the point of this bomb? Oh, wait, I see. Well, I kind of see. Because I can jump down here, but then... So if I go left, that's just another bomb location, so I don't... Am I petting the dog? Cat? Used to be quiet folk out here, now it's all noise and explosions. Miners took over the Sandfalls like they owned it. Fortunes ran dry here, so folks move on to the Bone Beach, but not me, I'm staying. He's staying. Maybe this statue I could blow up? Nope. Why is there a staircase here? Getting fucking destroyed, dude. What the hell's that? Ring dive high score, current record 0. Step forward, lucky sand wanderer. Do you think you can keep up with my dazzling rings? 100 bones is the price. Will you dive in? Aha, the stage is set. Dare to dive and make your mark upon the sand. Ugh. Not quite 5,000. Oh my god. I need heals, man. I want to try more, but I need... You don't take damage? Oh, okay, well I want to heal anyways. Oh, it's already cooked, dude. Try to do the double, but... Well, at least he gives you, like, bones back. Nice. No. No! Coming up pops them too? Oh, okay. That's actually really good to know. Kind of messing it up, but... Damn it. It's over. I'd still be okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Might be okay. Oh nice, we have 5,000. We're locking in. Never mind. Well, pretty good. The Sand Swan. The top prize is mine. Hold X to burrow repeatedly without needing to land. Oh, you know, I was wondering if you could get, like, well, before I knew... Yeah, that's nice. I was like wondering if there was something that would let you do this. But knowing that like exiting the burrow also procs it helped a lot. If I didn't know that, I would have been struggle. I don't know if I like this hammer that much. Or mace, whatever this thing is called. It feels so, it's like so precise to like hit with it. Maybe there's like upgrades for it that makes it better. Yeah, the distance is nice. Gotta collect my pennies. What is that? There's gotta be a way to like lower these spikes. At least I think. Ooh. Oh. What? Oh. Oh, I think Oh my. My goodness. Oh, oops. Oh, that's so weird. There's like a... There's like a pathway that has a... Sorry, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Die. Oh. I don't see what the point of this was. I just don't know, like, where... Because we destroyed this, but, like, what's the point? Maybe I just need to put it down here anyway. Maybe even though you don't see anything. Don't worry, chat. People backseating doesn't really help me at all. I don't know. I don't see what I'm supposed to, like, blow up, so... I just don't really understand where the path forward is. Oh. Oh, it destroyed... Destroyed this, I guess? Where I'm supposed to get that other chest. They trapped me. What the? Okay, I gotta destroy that before he eats it. Pick it up before he eats it. I have no fuels left. Can't get an angle on. Oh. I guess it's random if they toss in like the food for him. I think I need to pick up the food though. Seems like. Seems like the pickaxes are not really completely random. No eating. Ooh, 1,500? Didn't realize you could pick the guys up, yeah. I feel like if I had the hammer, I could just damage him through it, but I don't know. The mace, like... Or the whip. It's okay, I'm not in love with it. Master Lionel, forgive me, I'm of no use. Leave me here to wither in disgrace. Think nothing of it, old chum. You'll make it through. Quickly, drink up. Oh, Mina, I found Mr. Fergus fallen ill on his latest errand. Killed him some with the remainder of my plasma vial, but he'll be in poor shape until he gets a full dose. Still quite weak, but I must carry out his noble legacy. Okay. Fucking stupid bird. Oh, dude, oh my god, they're so bouncy. Jesus. Oh, new bombs? That's cool. If I throw them at another one, no, it doesn't do anything. Oh shit. Fucking bird, dude, these birds. Oh my god. Where the fuck? Like, I don't see where to go. Oh. What? Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Now what? Oh, I see. What is that? Help, I'm shipwrecked on an island. What's worse, I'm drowning in debt. I can see the Dreadworm's head to my right. I must be southwest of it. Some out-of-place rocks in the shallows block my return. Please find me before my creditors do. Out-of-place rocks in the What? Maybe we don't kill that guy. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Holy. Is that the Dreadworm? Okay, I thought I could pick them up. I guess they're just environmental hazards. What's up, Yui? Oh, whew. Fellow Delver, are we? Draw nearer, my glow will warm you. Let the moist darkness wrap around you. Suppose you came to see my wares. What you got? It's got a key. Glows faintly, reduces damage taken in dark places. Sure. Why not? secrets in the dark? Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought, but like... What do you mean there's secrets in the dark? Oh. Oh, we're here. Maybe I can bring it over here in time. It's worth a shot. Aha! Night's Rest. What the hell is this? Wait a second, isn't this the Queensberry Crypt? We did that area, right? Yeah, we've been here. Oh. Shoreline generator? Where the fuck am I? Oh, this is where... Okay, never mind. I know where I am now. Wait, so the generator is right here. Generator's so close to like the start of the zone. Okay, wait. We don't want to go this way. I don't know why I'm going this way. Just go back where we came from. Yeah, there's like a hard difficulty mode. How do we get up there? Oh, God. Can you poke on the ball? No, I don't think so. Gotta get all the bones. Let me get more attack. Oh! In plasma from sidearms unless at 1 HP. At 0 joules, spend health to use sidearm. Oh. After being shipwrecked, I wrote that note because I wanted to be rescued, but I'd rather be saved from my debts. Oh, you can actually, like, knock the pickaxe back at them. Oh, damn. think he was gonna. I didn't think he was gonna go all the way. No. He was running away. Wait. Did I go in here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Does this guy even read chat? No. I thought I saw a spark there. Oh. Okay, that's my bad. That's fine. We have the shortcut. Like, there's nothing else here, right? Oh, wait. This is where I came from, right? Oh my god. Just spam the fire. Spam the button. Yar, I used to chase this beast on the high seas. Now look what they done to her. Why'd she go and beach herself after the tower rose? It's a sad sight seeing her in this state. Can I blow this up? Alright, time to go into Worm's mouth. going great. Oh. Almost missed this. Oh, I thought those were more bombs. The secrets are so, like, there's so many secrets I've missed, it's crazy. I feel like I'm definitely not, like, trying to rush at all either, so. Okay, get out of here. Does not go for very long. Oh my. No way! You jumped to... Could have just done that. What's up with the textures on the stairs here? Weird. No. I don't even know how I was supposed to destroy the... Dude. Do I need this guy, though? Oh, wait, no, I don't think I do. Oh my god. Aww. Hitting the axe back at them is actually really good. Oh. I was gonna say, I have a... Oh my god, what? Oh, this is an NPC. Or wait, is it? I thought it was a fucking, like, first aid kit or something. It's moving. Can't talk to him, though. Oh, there's a mirror here. I didn't even notice that. Is this the red mirror? Ooh, it is. Bark, 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 bark. Oh, that doesn't seem right. I think I've been here before. Oh yeah, I remember this. There a map? Kind of? There's like kind of a map. This fucking guy is so scary, dude. Really? Nice. So much on every screen, yeah, it can get a little overwhelming. Wait, what is that giant mirror? Actually, now that I think about it. Thanks for flipping the switches. Look at me, already back at work. Busy, busy, ever so productive. Oh! Wait, this is sick. Alright, I want to buy... Still never got that mirror, though, which is weird, because I'm pretty sure I should be able to have that mirror. Is there anything else to... Safety shroud. Okay, there might... I guess it's on the train. Oh, on the train. Wait, we could go... Wait a second. Is there a train in the town? Brain! And they said a cloak was on the train, so... With this new plow, we should be able to reach even Coltrane Peak. Oh! Cool. I won't travel with my kids since they tried walking the rails. Whatever treasure is out there, it's not worth it. Gotta stand a little more so I can get my rail legs back. I hate traveling, but I adore being seen traveling. It's a quiet car. If there's no sign, it's not legally binding. Oh, it's Bach. Folks say train parts are built at the Molten Foundry west of Ossix. I'll never know because it's too dark to check. It's your engineer. Everyone remain calm. We are going to crash. Where's the cloak? Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Sorry I couldn't stop thinking of you as food. It's shameful, but I'm just a hungry dog. Calm down, calm down. Are we sure this is another surprise drill? Keep a brave face on and let's solve this mess, you first. Mina, we've lost the brakes. We're heading straight for the cliff. You're a hollower, aren't you? Maybe you can climb up there and stop it somehow. Ruh-roh. Oh, this fucking guy. Oh. What the? Another disaster of your making, I told you. Either stand with me or stay out of my way. Hold on, you just saved everyone on board. How did you know the train was in danger? You hear nothing I say? Your generator shattered this land. There are no tracks ahead. Are you so obstinate? Can't you see? I saved them from the train. I'll save them from the blasted generators. Even if you're right, we must repair them all first before shutting them down at Radiant Tower. We have to shut them off safely. If we don't, catastrophe will follow. Only catastrophe is letting them remain, Mina. I won't stand by while you endanger us all. Wait. You didn't even listen to anything I said. Did I just fish him? Oh my god, I just fell off. Dude, it's... It's so hard to fucking hit with this goddamn weapon, bro. It's like... It's so ass. I'm changing my weapon back, dude. Fuck this. Well, I spend most of my bones. Hold on, there was some other stuff I wanted to buy. I can't remember off the top of my head, though, what it was. I don't even think I have daggers. Oh, right, we can buy upgrades over here. I wanted to buy an upgrade for my weapon. I want to get the boom charge. Let's see, what else can you get? Do I have upgrade coffin toss? Hold on, hop onto it for a blast jump. Deal extra damage when striking enemies with the tip of your weapon. Oh. Okay. Oh, it increases in price when you do one. See you later, Colleen. That is quite a slow attack. Oh, let's buy some keys. There we go. We're keyed up. Oh, I'm back. Nice. Try to do the Giga. Okay, I'm throwing. Look, since I wrote you as Marshall, since the sea monster, since it all, things have turned desperate. You care at all, Mina, then turn from Lionel's lies. Stop repeating those towers before they kill us all. Hammer's so good. I just really like how much you get so much, like, the AoE of the hammer is just so big. It's so easy to hit targets with it. If you're bad at whip. Alright, dude. Frigid Station. Eastern Heath, East Coltrane. Ah, I presume it was you who got the trains running again. Who else would be so eager to impress? No wonder Lionel's so taken with you. You've chased approval since school. Maybe excelling looks like chasing approval to you. Haha. Not all of us had Daddy's family crest to wave around. So where's the slapdash sabbatical of yours taking you next? Gotten a missive from Father. I'm being recalled. I've seen the sights. Spark was fine, but catching up was finer. Wow, a kindness. Rarer than a peaceful day around here, but it is welcome. Farewell, Demir. Nearly forgot. Father's stipend. The remainder is yours. Think of it as payment for putting up with me. 400. Alright. Thanks, dude. Guys, really not making this easy. Oh my gosh. This area's fucked up, dude. Does this go back up? It's a lot of money here. No. No! 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 Oh my god. Oh, that was lucky. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get this chest, though. Oh wait, no, I do. No way. No way you're gonna fall there, man. Why doesn't it? Okay, all right, that's my bad. I don't know. I thought I could like grab onto the wall, but it doesn't let me. Just gotta get that chest. I think we gotta go right side now. We've gotten like so many bones here though. It's actually really good. Alright, nice. Got it all! Just put it in the bone stone, I guess. Yeah, like 7,000 here. Just like that. That was so fast. Smelling salts, huh? Oops. Okay, shortcut to Coltrane Peak, but what am I supposed to grab it with? My hooves? That won't work. Okay. Classic. I love how much plasma the hammer gives you as well. I think that's like my favorite part about it. I'm not sure we need to go, like we should go this way, but I might do it anyways just to see what's here, because I don't think we've been here. Actually, no, I think we have been here. Yeah, we have. Oh, we're here, okay. Oh, what else can we buy? Yeah, this game can be kind of frustrating at times, Goose. You get one more plasma vial. Fuck it. How much do we have? 3,600? Oh, let's buy some more keys. Okay, we have like... How many keys do we have? Can I see? I don't know, we have a lot. Oh, yeah, we have 5, okay. I kind of want to go... try to do that mirror fight now. I want to try to hit with, like, the Giga Charge attack. This guy was hard early on, but we're kind of OP now. Really, only 400 for that guy. I'm kind of surprised, because that guy was kind of like... That was pretty fucking strong. What is going on here? What is that? What is this place? Dude, we are just like... Huh? I don't even like know. I'm just going, like, I'm just constantly finding like new place to go, man. Oh, I could. Oh my god. Hold on, let me go see if there's anything over to the right. Astral Orrery is a model of our stars and planets. We're doing great science here. Let's see. All the things like move faster when you're like burrowed. So it seems like there's multiple areas here. Where does this go? Gravity zone? Okay, so there's like... Okay, this is... I'm just kind of collecting all the bones here right now. It seems like there's like 4 different zones, I guess, one in each corner. I mean, I don't know how big of areas they are. least that's what it seems. I don't know how I'm supposed to get up to this one, though. Oh my gosh, this is like, oh, this is kind of overwhelming. What the fuck is this? Our research was deemed too radical, so Lionel stationed us up here away from prying eyes. Of course, nothing dangerous lies beyond this containment area, and if it did, we're sworn to secrecy. Oh, there's 4 colors. I wonder if that's like, I have to do the 4 other areas before this, like, unlocks. That's what it's seeming like to me. I mean, I guess we can try to see what this is like. Maybe it's not that bad. Guy doesn't seem too strong. These enemies are a little annoying. I was not that greedy, alright, I don't want to hear it. Always curious if there's something like off screen. I feel like generally that's not the case though. Oh, that does damage. Okay. I guess... Wait, where am I? I'm actually kind of confused. Where am I supposed to go? Oh. Oh! Gimmick. No, oh! Oh, that was so close. Wait a sec. There's a secret here. Okay, hold on. I need to, like, take a look at this. I think I want to jump. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's the secrets in this game are so well done. Actually. Oops. Oh, that hit me? Oh, that was good. Elven Ring. I'm just going, dude. Oh, another mirror? Man, what is going on here? Oh, okay. I was right. All right. Oh, nice. Our keys are coming in handy. Oh, what is that? Just the Mega Man gun? R2 to switch modes. Oh, it uses your... That's like a set amount of shots. Oops. Question is, how do we get to the... How do we get over to that one? This thing attacks really fast. Okay, the gun seems really good. Oh. Dude, that... Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Wait, I can't go back that way. Oh my god. My god, die! I know I have a gun, man. What is the point of this thing? Oh. Yeah, the gun is sick. Oh my. Melee attack is good, but it like pushes you back when you attack, so I feel like it makes it kind of hard to like continuously attack. Dude, it's just like, oh, I'm just trying to get the fucking angle, but the stupid circle thing is like pushing me back constantly. Oops. And shoot diagonal, yeah, good luck actually doing that. Like consistently though. I don't know, the thing is... Okay. Bro, this area is so fucking annoying, holy shit, dude. Yeah, I don't know. This weapon's cool. I don't really know if I like it though, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, I have to get the cube. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. I really don't like this weapon at all. I just don't understand how you're supposed to use this weapon. Like, the gun is good, but man, if you don't have the gun, it feels like it's just terrible. I think I need to level up my defense, dude. Full HP refill. Oh, that was actually super convenient. Nice, yeah, just don't hit the target. Oh my god, dude. Oh, this level's really fun. I'm having so much fun. Dude, fuck this weapon. Like, honestly, this weapon is just, it's terrible. Like, you melee once and then it just bounces your character into a fucking wall, like, over and over and over again. And it takes like 8 melee hits to kill a fucking enemy. That didn't hit me, but I'm glad it didn't. Oh, right, I can go this way now. What even just hit me there? So much easier. I just find it really hard to be accurate. Maybe it's because of like the speed boost perk when I get like a speed boost when I hit somebody. Like it might actually be making it like worse, honestly. Can I destroy this thing? my god, dude. This area is so fucking annoying. Die. Hey, we're just here. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna fucking crash out! Alright, I'm locking in. Oh no. What I love is just like two hits with the hammer. Yeah, this stage has been pretty frustrating so far, actually. Gosh. Never saw when I stop speaking in the middle of a thought. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just do it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Oh, I can go this way. Sometimes I'm about to say something and then I get fucked in the ass by 7 enemy attacks in a row and I kind of forget about what I was fucking saying. Oh yeah, my bad. God, dude, it's so this is like the most fucking annoying area, and it's like not it's not even close. It is. Yep. Great. Love it. I saw the checkpoint. I should have grabbed it. I just... Oh, I can still grab it. Oh my god. Dude, it's like, this is so, it's incredible, like, how fucking annoying this is. It's truly just astonishing. This isn't even the right way. And now it's dead. Everything's fine. Is there not like a fucking shortcut to like open this goddamn fucking room, dude? Okay. No! All this for completing P. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Dude, this place is brutal. Like, genuinely. It's just, you have like, the moving platforms, and then on top of that, you have bumpers that knock you off. You just get like an enemy hits you, and then you hit a bumper, and then you fall off, and like half of your health is gone instantly. Crazy. Oh. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? I can't even bring the... Oh. Lock the fuck in, man. I will say, I think this has been the most frustrating area of this game so far. Like, this area is actually tilting me pretty fucking hard, dude. Oh god. Okay. Nice. Dude, like you cannot be fucking real with this. Oh my god. Oh, finally, finally. Let me out. Run it back for fun. Well, we have this one corner. Oh, that is so jank. I'm just gonna wait. We've done 2 of the 4 areas in this place so far. Oh. Oh, okay. Perspective is so weird here. I don't know, man. I just cannot get fucking... Oh, nice. Okay, we're doing good. That was good. I mean, you can see them when they're, like, gonna pop out. Nice. Oh, I killed him in 2 hits. Yeah, I can't go anywhere. I'm just completely trapped. Oops. Is there any heals here? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just can't get close to him. It's just, it's tight corridors, and he just summons that fucking circle, and then you can't do anything. Honestly, I don't think this guy's worth killing. Okay, yeah, just don't go in the... Don't go in the hole. Why am I killing him? Oh, I don't know, because I want to explore without bombs trying to fucking kill me, maybe? My bad. How are you supposed to hit this guy? Like... I guess you're just not supposed to hit this guy. Are you gonna come back up here? I'm waiting for you. Okay, the question is... I guess we got back up now. Nice. What? Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? What? Oh. Thank you for the bit, strongest nerd. I don't even know. I'm not sure if my notifications are on at all right now. I apologize. How do I get that? Oh, never mind. Super. Let's see. Oh, I was so close to dying there. I thought I was fucking dead for sure. Can I go down? No. Yeah, it's all good, strongest nerd, sorry. Yeah, I have my alerts turned off right now. Wait, that can hit me under? Oh my... I'm leaving. friendly? Watch your step. I was installing this glass and wound up stuck on the wrong side, but what a clear view. Step off a ledge to summon a web-weaving spider and cross gaps. Oh! Cool. I feel like I have a good amount of trinkets. I don't know if it probably scrolls down, I guess, but... So I guess this was just a... Oh. I tried to jump, but it just didn't let me. Also, how did I not kill the... I lost like 3,000... How did I not kill the spark guys? Who had my... Who the... I don't know who had my shit. Okay, I'm dead, I guess. That's great. Oh. And this area is really testing my patience. I don't really understand where I'm supposed to go now, though, because this was just a side area. And... I just don't have time, man. I don't have time, and they just slide around. This... All right, I need to stop. I'm getting tilted. Like, actually, though, I need to just. Time to die again. Wanted to attack. But my character just goes into... And then he attacks the wrong way. It's insane, dude. It's insane, bro. Just... Oh my god, man. Fuck you, dude. I mean, I don't even think I needed to kill those guys, to be honest. I'm kind of just making things worse for myself, I think. Oh. No, it doesn't look like there's anything else. Oh, wait, no. I can go this way. Ah. Oh. How do I get under? Okay. But Why? Oh. Oh, a vial too. Nice. Okay. We're back in business. This is where we came from. What is there? Ah. Aha! Nice. Dude, I can't even imagine these stages on veteran difficulty. That shit must be, like, infuriating. Oh, okay, so this is the last one. Nice. This isn't like the final zone or something, right? This is like optional. I'm not just gonna like fucking beat the game. Well, I mean, not that we're gonna beat the game right away, but like... Are vials magic? Pah. Magic's just science not yet uncovered. We're here to understand the supernatural. It's not optional, but it's not the last zone. Okay. I see. Yeah, this area's been pretty brutal so far. Sorry for my raging. I'll be back in 1 sec. Have a good night, Pixie. Yeah, it's really late. Well, for you. It's late for me, too, compared to when I normally stream. I don't know, guys. I think it's probably a good anyways time for me. It's getting pretty late. I wanted to try to finish this area first, but... I don't know, this next section might take me a while and I kind of want to get some dinner. Been streaming for like 9.5 hours. This is the shortest one. That's okay, we'll just do it tomorrow. It's all good, we don't need to... There's no need to rush, we still have a lot of the game left. But yeah, so I need to remember, like, we need to go back to the snow area, although we didn't really do much of the snow area. We just did that, like, optional spot with the... I think I got like a fucking spider bite on my hand or something. Just noticed. Sorry, it's fucking random. We need to go back to the snow area, and then we can also take the mirror back to the swamp, or whatever it was called. But yeah, chat, I will be back tomorrow. We're gonna start the stream. Hopefully I'll start my stream a bit early tomorrow. Sorry I've been starting like so late for the EU viewers. I apologize. But yeah, tomorrow we are gonna do some more Bloodborne. And then we have Mecha Chameleon as well. I don't know how long we're gonna play Mecha for. I don't know if I want to play for like, I think we played Mecha for like 4.5 hours today, which was fun, but I don't know if I want to play quite as much tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow, I think we're gonna start with Bloodborne, do Mecha for like 2 or 3 hours, and then probably more Mina afterwards. So that is the plan, chat. I'm gonna give it right to Spicy. He's learning the Resident Evil 2 speedrun. Go say hi to Mr. Spicy. Post some cat emotes. But yeah, thank you all for watching, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, guys. Thanks for being here, guys. This is the intended second to last area in Mina. I see. Yeah, I could definitely tell that like this area is pretty. Like this has been like the most difficult area so far for sure. Yeah, this game's been awesome. I'm really loving this game. Again, I don't know if it's the best stream game. I think, sorry, I know I've said this a few times. I think the art style is a bit off-putting for people, but it's really, really fun to play. Frustrating at times, but it's really fun. But yeah. Anyways, until next stream, chat. Have a great rest of your night, guys.